Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my live virtual trading journal. The idea here is that all the data that I watch on my two primary monitors, Bookmap and IRT, is captured on the video, and my voiceover provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. So it works, completes the recording, completes the journal. Now, this is a completely transparent and fully accountable trading journal. I only trade live on real market, real data, live trading on Bookmap. But having said that, it is not for financial or trade advice. It's my journal, and I share it openly for accountability and to try to, perhaps stimulate conversation or improvement. It's not my way or the highway. It is what I'm doing now, and I'm really open and appreciative of contributions in the chat and suggestions. So Anton and Anthony and Richard and Magic and people that come through frequently always have something good to contribute, and I appreciate that a lot. So let's look, for example, here is a trade last night on the at about 20. This was the Asia opening range breakout trade. It met the criteria specifically of the data-driven trading. It was taken out, stop to the tick. That's the way it happens. And then here it goes to T1 and eventually to T2. So, timing is everything. But this is how Bookmap plots charting, I should say, trading. And one other thing that is important to notice is I always include these when there is a trade. This is a full breakdown of the trade, ticks, everything to the millisecond. So there's that. Now, having said that, this is not for trade or financial advice because I'm not licensed to do that. So, but what good would a trading journal be if it didn't record my trades? I don't know what to do about that. But anyway, let's get on now to the numbers, which we have some out this morning. 7:30 we had initial jobless claims, and at 9 o'clock we're going to have existing home sales. And if you think I'm lying, let me show you. There you go. So here is initial jobless claims. There they are. And continuing jobless claims, and down here is existing home sales at 9 o'clock. Now, this is investing.com, which is my old news source. It's free. You can see these ads floating around. I like it because I like the presentation, and they focus on traditional economic numbers. They don't do random things which may have an impact on the market, but in our auction, but which are not normal, like there's going to be an executive order signing or something like that, where Trump may get on the microphone and then who knows what, say something that would have an effect on the auction. It's not a political comment, it's a fact. In today's trading world, our basic job is, hey Antonio, bon dia, good morning. Our basic trading job is to preserve our account. And the fundamental way you preserve your account is risk management. So if there's a potential risk that we aren't aware of, how can you manage that? So I definitely, that's the reason I follow also Financial Juice, because they do pull random, non-traditional economic things which might have some impact on our auction into the schedule here. Or the calendar, I should say. And then they have the squawk box, which is always a running total. There was initial jobless, and pretty soon we're going to get the existing home sales at the top of the hour. All right. Moving on quickly to the pre-market. Well, again, this is Bookmap. I gotta hold on. Bookmap. You see, only live trading, only real time. Here is a trade last night for the buy the data for an IB. An orb breakout, I should say. Breakout, retest to the 25% line. Went, that's what you do. That's how you enter. It took it, stopped to the tick. Pretty frustrating, that's for sure. And then goes right up to the T1 and eventually to T2 and on up. So we're looking at a gap opening this morning, and we're looking at an outside day. And what does that mean? That means here's previous RTH high. That's yesterday's high. And here is where we're trading. So that's an outside day because we are outside of previous day's range. So that means that we must most definitely have a gap up or gap because the gap is measured from the previous close to the previous open. Well, if we're outside day, we definitely have a gap because, obviously the close is within yesterday's range. So here will be our gap low, and we'll open up here somewhere, I'm assuming. So there we are. This is IRT, which is my usual old-fashioned charting package. You'll notice that the header of all these charts has a instrument, chart type, periodicity, and range. In session. This is the Renko MES, MNQ. This is the higher time frame chart. And the market profile. Same tab for the minis. Starting with a higher time frame here, we have a again, micro, daily, 1 day bars in the daily session. So each one of these candles represents an RTH day. This was yesterday, day before, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, and I looked long and hard at this one because that's just borderline cusp on my part, but there is about 5. If you notice the info box down here, when I hover over a candle, you'll see the high is 36.5. You see the low up here on this previous day. The low is 25.5. So there's 7 points here that it did overlap. By definition, then it remains within the same micro composite profile in my world. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong, but I'm trying to be consistent. So there you go. Anyhow, micro composite, generate the micro composite VPOC, high and low volume nodes represented by the red and green lines, low, high, and those values are pushed automatically to Bookmap, as are the session prices. What's happening with volume today so far? 81%. Well, that's not so bad. And one other thing, the market profile chart, I do not change it from mini to micro, but I do switch it back and forth as appropriate for the sessions. Okay, let's zoom over to Bookmap, and here we are. Again, Bookmap is live, real-time trading, permanent record forever. There you go. The columns here are micro composite column where I've entered these, gap high and naked volume point of controls. I do this manually. These are the session high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. And this is the full session volume profile. Now, this started plotting at 1700 last night and will continue through 1600 today. this is Central Standard Time. All the times that I refer to or that are visible on my screens are Central Standard Time. One other comment about that. I stream, if you notice, the entire monitor rather than just the application in another, just to try to further the accountability and the transparency. And it shows the session, the system time to the second and the date, and that ties back to the date here on Bookmap and IRT. And you can see any programs I have open, no problem there. So, full session, not the ETH, but Globex. This will plot through 1600 a day. This is RTH volume profile and delta. And here is the statistics column, which will put in these values here in a little bit. Session prices, which push from IRT to Bookmap. And I don't have a DOM open here anymore, but I have the most important columns from the DOM, which are the full level 2 book, all price levels, and this is ask, and this is bid, and the price levels. I don't use a DOM anymore because I execute over here in the active data column. So why burn up the real estate, right? Okay, you'll notice there's no indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are only volume, probabilities, and price. And complete transparency and permanent record. There's the entry, there's the stop, there's the I'm pissed, there's the I'm really pissed up here. I'm really pissed up here. And then I go to bed. So there are a POC, which is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 75.35. The most contracts have traded so far in the overnight, and that's 28.80. The minute one other of these other prices trades 28.81, this yellow line will move there. That's it. Yes, it plots continuously, so we can see what happens. Antonio will remember that I used to plot the naked volume naked volume point of control migration up here, and but I wasn't clever enough when I started that to sequentially number them. So when I got through with the day, I just have a whole bunch of flags. And what the hell did that mean? Nothing. This is visually, right here is blue, wherever it is. Right here is Blue Boy, which is the first print of every session. In this case, the ETH. There's no question about what context did and where the POC moved. So that's what I do now. I use Blue Boy. There's also a VWAP for the RTH, or the Globex and the RTH, and there's a mid. And there's a POC for the RTH, of course. A couple of levels that are just maybe somewhat confusing are the IB high or low, which is just an old market profile naming convention. These flags are nothing more, these levels are nothing more than the high and low of the first 1 hour period of the RTH session. That's all there is to it. And these are, as you might imagine, previous high, overnight volume point of control, developing value area high, overnight high. I have to keep it simple because that's how I think. So, and this was pretty disappointing last night, I'll tell you. But that's the way the market tumbles, right? Okay, so statistics. Let's start with that. We got a few minutes here, and I'm not sure why, but okay. The first thing we're going to do is determine the statistic open type, and there are only 4. Yesterday we were lower out of range, which is a gap down. Now, if we opened right here, right now, this second, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the previous RTH close. So that's higher than the close. How would that compare to the previous RTH range? There's the previous RTH high. So yesterday we were gap down. Today we're going to be gap up. Whoa, boy, they're having fun, aren't they? This market is pretty crazy, and it's I think, a result of the powers that be. So we're higher out of range. If we stay here and if we open above here and above here. Very simple. And we have 15 minutes, so Dale knows. Next thing we're going to do is delete the notes, clear all the notes, because we're going to go get new ones today for the associated prices. Now, I changed the title of the column every day so that when I look at a screen snap or the stream, all I have to do is notice that title and I know the relationship of the data and the open. Statistics. So here we go. This was yesterday. IRT conveniently highlights the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So it doesn't do us much good right now, does it? We've just determined that we're going to open higher out of range or gap up. The system looks back at the most recent 1,824 trading days. Of these trading days, we opened higher out of range 449 of them. Of the days where we opened higher out of range, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.2 times. Overnight volume point of control 76.2. Bam. That's all there is to it. And now we're going to go just down the list. Overnight high is 74.6. Again, 76.2, 74.6. My dyslexia is kicking in. It's a wonderful thing. Overnight high, way up here, 74.6. No, yeah, okay. That's correct. So there we go. And now we're going to just run down the list. Overnight mid is 65.9 right there. And then if this thing suddenly goes down and closes below, I'll be just mad like usual. IB high, that's one of the ones I wanted. IB high is 64.4. I wanted to mark this down so you could see how I do that. And why did I type those initials? Remember the definition. The high and the low of the first 1 hour. So the minute we open, if we open up here, which is we expect we will, this level is going to immediately zoom up here above price, and the low will come up below it. They will no longer be down here. And I'll be going, well, what the hell was going on at 75.25? And I'll know it was the IB high. Cute, huh? Previous high, 64.4. Okay. There we go. Whoop. Didn't get that one very square, did I? What else we got? Previous close, 47.4. That's a good one. And I'm just going down the list for based on the open type that we have, right? There was a close. Overnight low is 35.0. Some of these I don't get too excited about. Typically, we hit the overnight. First of all, I mean, look at the probabilities, and you can see what we typically hit first, right? POC, close, mid, high, low. There you go. And here we have, let's look at something I want to see for sure is the previous POC, which is 29.8. Wow. Huh? Now, this should point out something. Okay. This emphasizes that these are probabilities based on no prejudice other than the two criteria that we used here. How in the world are we going to get to 47.4 without getting through 29.8 and 35.0? Huh? Can't do it. Probabilities. These are not hard, fast, rigid lines in the sand. These are the number of this is the percentage of time that this level was revisited when we opened higher out of range in the past 1,824 trading day subset. Boom. So be sure that you understand the probability thing and don't get crosswise with, but you said it was this. And that's not the point. Now, what are we doing here? Now it's, I better get on to my next order of business, which is the world famous TLab snap. And you are going to ask me, what in the Sam Hill is that? Well, this is where my lack of ability to multitask comes shining through. And why I stream, actually. Because of the wonderful things it does. Okay, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Started by a guy named Tom B. And every day I post around 6. I post the numbers for the day or the reports, and I post this thing at about 8:20. Started doing this a long time ago, basically to just kind of try to lend what contribution I could in the form of numbers and relative price action for those folks who don't have the same kind of charting. I don't know whether anybody even pays attention anymore. I also share the session prices with anybody that wants them. And a lot of people in the TLab used to use those. I don't know, they still do. If you'd like the session prices, just drop something, like and subscribe and drop something in the chat and I'll hook you up with it. It's a CSV file that comes down from Google. So it's, safe. And I start publishing it at 1700 on Sunday night through 1600 on Friday afternoon. So no problem. Happy to share. Anyway, back to the TLab. It is a Bookmap Discord chat room, so it's sponsored by Bookmap. And obviously, they want you to subscribe. Why the hell else are they doing it? But you're never solicited for anything there. And Tom B. has got 48 plus years of experience trading. Started out as a money manager, but I would be shocked if he still managed anybody's money now. I'm sure he's busy managing his own. It's not a live trading room, nor is it a trade calling room. It's a Discord place with a lot of good people, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good theories. And, every day I do these 2 posts as my way of support, thank you, solidarity, whatever you want to call it. And actually, this stream came out of a suggestion from Tom and the TLab to focus on your own market, not yucking it. And in my case, because I'm such a poor multitasker, not yucking it up in some, Discord room, focus on the market and try to trade it. That's how the stream evolved. And here we are. And boy, was I pissed last night. You can imagine. Look at that, huh? Jesus. Anyway, we're going to open here in about 7 or 8 minutes. I don't know how the hell I got ahead of myself, but good for me. TLab. Okay, one of the things that's important to know about Bookmap is if you're going to be able to trade, you have to activate the trade control panel here. And you pick a account, and then you can close that button again. It stays green, the padlock stays open, and you get all the metrics that you want up here. You can turn these off or on however you want them, and you get cancel and close. So you get this real estate back, but you get all the same functionality and data. I like that. Also, in my case, I need to make sure I have multi-brackets, which is what I'm using today instead of the hedge. And this is set for my risk neutral 2 lot high volatility. I also want to make sure that I'm using the right statistics, which is being pushed up to Lucid and multi-account trading, and that's Lucid, and that's okay. And I'll explain why I'm using these Lucid accounts right here, right now. And it's because of the experimenting and the development that I've been doing with the Globex stream and with the trade management hedging facility. I figured out that, I should say, instead of my normal AMP account, futures account, which is funded by me, the most risk, I should say, the strictest risk management and return on investment that I've been able to figure out here, and if anybody's got a better idea, let me know, is to use this new system that these eval outfits are doing, and Lucid is one of the best, I believe, now. I can trade size. I can trade same risk. It's live rhythmic data, driving both IRT and Bookmap, and I can get paid. So there is profit. I could be doing this testing and and development just on a regular simulated account like an IRT or wherever, but you're not going to get anywhere, and it's sim fills. So I'm doing this because I am minimizing the risk on my money and maximizing the potential to get paid, and also I can trade the same or larger size. I can trade reasonable size. In other words, how do you size down from 2 minis or 2 micros, right? So that's what this is about. So here we are. And then it's, like I said, it's fully transparent. This is the break-even line. There's the entry. There's the stop. This was T1. This was T2. I brought T2 down here thinking it was a little bit extravagant for the overnight. And as it turns out, it would have been no problem. So there you are. That's how I'm doing it. We're going to open here in about 3 minutes. I'll be right back. Another factor in the account choice is that I am also working on, I don't know how to say it, introducing a new data management tool into my my setup and my validation of trade setups. It's still got 2 more minutes, so I don't, as I said, Bookmap, only live trading, only real market, only real money. Now, IRT, on the other hand, is where I develop systems and back and forward test them. And anything that the computer, for example, in this system, which will be IRT, the computer evaluates each one of these rules every 30 seconds. No, we're going to open here in a couple minutes, so let's shut the big guy up and get back over to the business at hand here. Let's see if we open and we get going on time. These resets, let's check. And then I suppose IRT will fall on its ass and start lagging all over the place, and then I'll be all disappointed like usual. 10 seconds. This is supposed to be resetting automatically and or also on my double click my reset. Look at that. Boy, I'll tell you. Really irritating. Well, just go ahead, you son of a bitch. Just do what you're doing. That's completely wrong. This should be up here, right? We know that. Boy, that's irritating. Now, you see that the overnight volume point of control shifted right at the last moment from here up to here. So we're going to move this one from here up to there. Yeah. Well, anyway, the market's open. Hook in, hang on, boys and girls. My static and edge fill levels will start pushing over here pretty quick. I'll explain all of that business in a minute after I get through being pissed at this. I worked all weekend on this, you know, and so it's frustrating. And I got a huge lag going on. Well, the stream works. I'm not sure if that's a good idea or not. You know? The one thing I have that seems to be working the best is the stream. Now, Bookmap doesn't miss a tick out. It's just this reset that it can't seem to get its act together on the time. What the Bookmap people told me was there's some difference between the system clock, my computer, and what their thing is doing, which doesn't make any sense to me because I have Rhythmic running admin mode and it resets my system clock to the Rhythmic server every 2 minutes. So, you know, there you go. There we have it. Now we'll get ready to plop the new version of Blue Boy on here. First print of every session. Remember, Blue Boy to the rescue. That's pretty close. And we're selling them down to somewhere. Now I need to also change the RTH charts from full session to this new RTH session. And you see the lags, a pain in the ass. So this is yesterday's RTH. We opened gap up. We've closed the outside bar already. And will we close the gap? Boop, boop. And the gap, wherever it went, the gap high is going to be over here. If you're looking at Bookmap, the gap high is going to be. This is another problem with Bookmap. I don't know why. I don't even bother tech anymore. Some things I just give up and oh well, the hell with it. So it's gap high, 090726. There we are. So the gap is defined as the previous close to the previous open. So there we go. Now back over here to the sessions here. We got to keep going. Yeah. And these are the minis, of course. I'm sure everybody figured that out. And here's our open right on the POC. Interesting that the POC is up here on this one, and it's much lower on the micro. POC's down here. The MCVPOC is way down here on the micros. 1440 been down there since Christ was a carpenter over here. Some striking differences And maybe it's got to do with something goofy with IRT. I don't know. Tired of worrying about it. If I could figure out a way to push the session prices and like these this data that I push over here now, like the orb high and the IB high and these percentages for the edgefill data that I'm working on, I would. I'd just mosey right away from it. So these prices and these percentages push automatically from over here. So here you go. This is based on the edgefill data, which I'll get into in a minute. IB high, IB low, and the probability percentages 25, 50, 25, just calculated real time based on the width of the range. And I push those levels to Bookmap so that I can trade off them. And you saw what good that did me last night. That's what that trade last night was strictly based on this data. Well, there's what are we doing here now? Let's try to get down to, okay, there's 1 point high on the price ladder and Blue Boy's in view. Let's spread this out to 5 minutes. There we go. Okay. The IB low, the IB high, swing trade. There's the opening swing. VPOC migration. Oh boy. So they closed the outside bar, but not remotely the gap, and are trading them up. Of course. The war's back on. There's a big problem with the Straits of Hormuz are closed. Unemployment is high. Inflation is growing daily. Let's take the market up. Those are all good news. That's all good news, isn't it? I don't really understand this bullshit anymore. Sorry for my French, but it's just crazy, you know? Trading in the market is, in my opinion, is supposed to reflect the condition of the country and therefore the markets, but or I'm backwards or something. I'm living in opposite world or something. The president goes into some tirade on at the NATO conference and talks about the Islamic State of Japan. Jesus, Christopher Christ, but somebody put a leash on that guy and put him in a cage or something. I mean, it's just crazy. Everywhere you look, there's crazy going on. Some ICE dickheads here in Houston shot and killed a guy yesterday. Some police, I guess ICE can just have police stops, like the Gestapo used to do. Guy's lived in the States with his family for 36 years. Immigrated, blah, 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 and nothing happens. It's truly, truly amazing. Not in a good way. So, the Islamic State of Japan, I couldn't believe it. It's like, boy. Well, and I guess they're going to put some electric rod up Mitch McConnell's ass, and he's going to be an animatronic now. I don't know. That's another crazy thing they're doing. They're trying to prop up people so they don't lose. You know, the majorities, I guess. It's everywhere you look, there's something crazy going on. It's what else can you do but laugh? I mean, laugh and look for a door. That's about it, I think. Top of the market, top of the hour, we're going to have existing home sales. Now, the market decided that jobs were okay, were good, or something, you know. The fact that the continuing jobless claims at hundreds of thousands didn't vary much is a good thing. Wow. So here we go. Let's start looking at the data here. Now, by the way, before we get too far into this, I have another disruptive day for my soccer dad and my real world, you know, my life. Life is what happens while you're making other plans, kind of thing. I've got to dust off out of here at 9:30, which of course is exactly the set of the IB and upon which all these trades in my structured trades are based. So that's just, it's pretty good timing. I'm going to have Antonio do the trading for me. Boy, wouldn't that be slick? If I could just transfer something to another. Well, you have to look at that, man. I'll just figure out a way to, you know, and then somebody else can do it. Anton or Antonio or Joe Shit the Ragman, anybody. I don't seem to do a very good job of it lately, so maybe somebody else can do it. Couldn't be any worse. Here it is. So let's see where we are. We're open. Well, that's pretty cool. We've got news at the top of the hour, another 20 minutes or so. The market is just pushing up because everything is great. The Straits of Hormuz, the war is back on. People are dying. The Straits of Hormuz is closed. Oil is up 8%. Yeah, and we're going to show the Islamic nation of Japan, whose boss yeah, boy. I think Blue Boy, I'm gonna have to blame this on you, buddy. I guess that's good enough. And again, this is just a visual reference. When this, I know, and I hope everyone does, that this is the inside market right here, right now. Hope that's obvious. And Blue Boy is the first print of the session. So as long as I have Blue Boy in view to my left and the market over here, there's no question that this is the context of the session so far. And we've punched out we've taken the mid, the previous high. We did close that gap, and we're up almost tagged down to settlement, but now we've taken out the overnight volume point of control and the overnight high, and yeah. And we got liquidity parked out at the 60s. So those stats are just ticked off. Boom, boom, boom. See how that works? Did it help? Not me. But there you go. $29 handles wide on the IB so far. That's a lot. Well, a 100% bearish bias. How the hell does that work? Well, so as I mentioned before, I hope, in the pre-market, I don't script that. I probably should one of these years. My data has typically been based on, in my studies, my homework study and vetting of, doing the work myself, not just saying I do it and BSing about it like so many people in so many trading rooms, but I actually do back test and forward test and calculate all the statistics for a vetted trade setup. But I'm an old cowboy from Montana, and this is a lot of work. This was took me a long time to figure out how to do this stuff so that it's accurate. This is why when I'm back testing or forward testing here in IRT, this stuff all happens in the simulated environment within IRT. I'm not going to be sending this over to my money on the other side of the coin over there on Bookmap. So, having said that, then I want to get back to the point at hand, which is this takes me forever. Works great, very accurate. Reports are good. I can backtest everything like nobody's business, but hold on a second here. But it takes me forever, and it's not a good idea to go hunting or to go to war with one bullet. And that's basically what I have now. One bullet, which is the initial balance high or low. Or in the case of the Globex, the orbs, which is the same thing. And I have it set up the same, 1 hour. So what I'm trying to do is lean on a new edgeful data to come up with the probabilities and stuff that will be, that I'll be able to use, because I believe it's very important to trade with statistics rather than guessing, wishing, hoping, gunslinging, discretionary, oh boy, this looks good to me, I think the trading based on statistic and probabilities is the real key to being a successful trader. But anyway, let's get to electric. Why is that doing that? There we go. And in fact, that's what this is. This is based on Edgeful. This is the IBEF, IB from Edgeful data. And this is a theory they have with their data, which is the IB high and the IB low. And these are percentages, 25% of the range, 50% of the range, the lower 25% of the range and it's dynamically calculated for the first 1 hour or however long I have this set up for. I can back test this. But where I'm going with this whole conversation now is that I'm now leaning on this data. This is the tool. These are what's in play. So you see that we've already closed the outside day on the NQ, and we should have done it down here on the MES somewhere. Oh, yeah, right there. That doesn't make any sense, but outside day. Oh, wait, outside day. Yeah. Gap fill, we didn't. Now these are forming, and then you can filter this. I don't use this report very much, so let's cut to the chase. Let's get to you can see I'm a donut here. Let's get to the reports, which are up here. And the first one that we're working, we've done the gap fill is I'd say a far cry that we're going to close that gap, but you never know. With the ES, we don't want to do that. Let's look at the RTH Gap fill. RTH meaning me. Risk neutral trading. That's, you know. So we need to make sure we're on the right instrument. This is a real interesting issue. Okay, New York 9:30 to 4 p.m. That's the cash market. I've also created a session which is cash market. 8:30 to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. UTC 5. New York is UTC 4. But this data has a problem sometimes. Now it's pretty good, but a minute ago in the what's in play, it was not liking that at all. So let's see what we have. We've got gap up, which is what we have. There's a 69% probability that it will fill on Thursday. Okay, let's see what happens right over here. And this is looking back over 6 months. I'm going to go back to New York. So it's 69% probability. And let's go to wherever I was. 9:30 to 4, which is the exact same time in terms of data. And it's 69%. How can that be? I've got a string of I have a string of screen snaps and stuff. Okay, so now we're a minute ago 67, 69. Okay, so this is the gap fill. We have a 69% probability we'll fill the gap, and it's not looking like it wants to do that. The next template is, in my world, is the initial balance. And that is, so let's start with that. MES, Chicago, standard, 75% probability we'll have a single breakout, 21% will have a double breakout, and 3% we will not break either side. On no day filters, all days. MES, looking back 6 months. Let's get some more data because that's maybe not very many occurrences. So let's look at a year. Keep my shit together here. I gotta wake Tam up at 9. I better didn't set an alarm. Same thing. 73%, 74%, 23 and 2. All right, let's do the next most important, which is the daily filter. And this is quite look at Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and watch Friday. 80%. So that's, they're meaningful, I believe. 1 year, MES, Chicago cash. In other words, 8:30 to 3 p.m. Central Standard Time, or UTC -5. So that's where we are at this moment, and that's what's developing here. So we've got a 76% probability that we're going to take a single break. Let's go to the next one, which is the rejection. And this one is dependent on which level formed first. Now, these are some customizations I got to remove that I had in there from my exercises last night. Oh, what the hell is this? Thursday. Missed one. The IB size. Missed this one right here. There we go. See what a difference that makes? Incredible, huh? So this is based on which level was formed first. Well, the level that was formed first is the IB low. How do I know? Because there's the open. The highs formed first. Comes down to the low. But oops, what happened here? We're going up. So now the IB low is first. And we'll continue. And this can flip-flop back and forth. That's why you don't get your knickers in a knot, or I don't, and I don't try to front-run stuff. I don't think it makes sense. So at the moment, the IB low is formed first. So we have a 65% probability, without any additional filtering, that the first break will be the IB high, and we have a 75 or 76% probability that we'll have a single breakout, remember? So there you go. So that's where we are data-wise so far today. Another handy idea or a handy tool, when you subscribe to Edgefill, you get access to all these custom Edgefill indicators which they built, which was pretty snazzy of them, for TradingView. And I, embarrassingly admit that I had never really looked at TradingView, and it is so much more handy than to use than, say, IRT. If I want to see what happened here, and okay, let's look at how did this IB low compare to the IB high from whatever, flip all around, up and down, back and forth. So much more handy than IRT. Not saying that it could replace it, because I don't think I can push the data from here to Bookmap like I do, but boy, this has really been a convenient tool for just analyzing stuff. So here we are today. I have the IB, and I only use the initial balance, this candle thing they call it, and continuation candle, and the sessions. So I don't, there's a whole bunch of stuff there that I have no clue what it does. And I did put together some code that takes trades, and it's doing that in the Asia session last night. It did exactly what I did. It got long per the signals, and it got stopped out, and day before it made both targets. So there we go. Show you that in a little while. So here we are. This is the Edgefill IB, and it's forming. Right now our IB is 36 handles wide. 36. How many times 4 going to 36? 8 plus, right? So each one of these zones is 8 handles wide. That needs to be considered, and you need to be aware of that for risk management for your account. This line here and the color is called the continuation candle. It starts at the opening print of the in this case initial balance range, which is 1 hour. If it's up, it's green, and there's the line, and it goes to the current closing price. If it comes down here, the bias is short, and it's red. It's that simple. So what we're going to do now is just let it grow until 9:30. That's when we have the IB. But that's how this whole story works. Now, that's the way I'm basing my trading, and I'm trying to lean on this to flesh out other statistically driven setups, because it takes me too freaking long to do it in IRT. Simple as that. And I'm lazy, and I'm old, and it's hot. 27 already over here, Antonio. So there we go. Now you know. Boom. And I'm gonna go wake up Sleeping Beauty here in a couple of minutes. News at the top of this hour, don't forget. The existing home sales. And I suppose they'll be terrible, and so the market will go zooming up. It seems to be what happens. Well, what happened? I'm guessing that since the market's going up, that the housing numbers were terrible. That's how it works, isn't it? Truly, yeah. Dropped 10 million. No, dropped. What is this? This is 4.9 million. It dropped 0.1, 0.10 million. Yeah, 10%. There you go. That's a good idea. Let's go up. Jesus Christ. Forecast was 4.2. Last was 4.17, and this is 4.0. So, you know, sure. Sure, let's go up. I tell you, boys and girls, I don't know what to think about this world anymore. Basic values seem to have completely evaporated on pretty much every front. It's just so strange. Or I didn't die quick enough. Maybe that's it. Okay. POC is just ticking up. So these VPOC migrations here. We haven't, the IB has not been set, so the statistics are not in play. But just looking at the liquidity above us, I'd say we're going up. Look at there. We got 69 and 75. Seems like what they do. Here you go. Gap up, outside bar, gap up. They close the outside day. Haven't even looked at the gap, and up we go. And over here's this session. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. I would love to know what drives it. Really. This old crap that it's, the market is looking for value, I don't believe for 5 seconds. Tell me that anybody that's trading this cares what the value of the S&P is. They can't possibly, or we wouldn't have the crazy volatility. You know? It's speculation, and it, Tom's old, the market goes up to go down and goes down to go up is exactly right, because it's a zero-sum game, but still, it is just crazy. And yeah. crazy. This wide range that gives pause, right, because of risk management. And these are 8 handles or more now. $36. 9 handles. And we're still working on the IB low formed first. That's the first bit of data. Right here. Started out with the IB high first. Came down here to low. Now, the minute this took out this one, the dynamic flipped 180 degrees. So there we are. There you have it. I'm going to roam around and make sure the girl is moving here. Well, now it's important to remember they could always flip the stats on their head, right, by pushing the low out, and all of a sudden the IB highs form first and everything's back, everything reverses there. And that would be the I guess the likely, because it's in the direction of the gap fill, and there's about a 65% gap fill on this day. Isn't that right? There's the IB low coming right up. Okay. So now on this little bias thing, where's the open? And now we're down here, right? Still the low first. If this remains the first level and the ending zone candle is down here, that will really turn the data around, because the way these percentages are assigned for the ending zone are opposite the first level formed. So it would be 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. That makes a big difference in the data. I'm not saying that's going to happen. We got another 15 minutes to go, but and if they make a new low before the IB forms, then everything goes backwards. Then the IB high will be the first level form, so this would be 0 to 25. So that's all there is to it. It's real simple. And the IB migration back down again. VPOC. Never mind. I'm going to shut up. I'm obviously not hitting on all cylinders here today. And that's settlement right there too at 28.75. The hell is that happened there? Huh. Well, that's okay. Oh, that's pretty irritating. Jesus. All right, I'm out of here. Oh no, got a few minutes left. I didn't thinking it was later. So it flipped the IB low by a couple of points there. You see the gap? So it's now the IB highs formed first, so all the data's on the other side. And then, in other words, no more low formed first, now high formed first. So it's 54% probability we're going to take the IB low, and we don't have a ending zone, or won't, because I won't be here to input it. Well, what have we done here now? We broke the IB high and we broke... Sure as heck. No. So we broke the IB low first, huh? And now we're back at the high. That's something wrong. IRT's upside down like usual. Son of a bitch. Well, this is getting old. Well, let's see now. Where are we? So the high has been taken. Yeah, okay. Just now, if I'm not mistaken. Am I right? Yes, just now taken. So we haven't started any of the procedure yet, okay? My pants on and my glasses here, my sunglasses. All right, so we closed in, wait a minute, hold on, where did we close? We closed, oh. Oh, we've gone the opposite direction. Look at that. Oh, no. No. Yes. We put the high in first. So we closed in the 24 to 50% range, but we've taken the IB high, which is the other way around. So let's put this over here quickly. And we have now taken the IB high was formed first. There was a 28% probability that we'd take the IB high, which we've just done. So the statistics are upside down. Have I done something wrong? Let's see here. Where am I? I'm in the wrong window. Okay, the IB high was formed first because there's the high and there's the low. Just as I left, there's the closing price. So that's the highs first, 0.25, 25.50. That's correct. So now what we're looking for is the probability of pull back to this 25 and then continue on, I guess. Let's see what the statistics say on the retrace. Thursday, 25 to 50. Okay, IB high formed first. Okay, so we've already tipped the stats upside down. We've already taken the IB high first break rather than the low. Retracement. Okay. So there's 100% probability we'll retrace to the 25%. Oh, no. Why did this do that? Oh, no. Yeah, that's what I was doing there. Well, that's just stupid. %33% probability that we're going to take the IB, retrace to the 25, and another 33 we're going to get to the 50 because the initial balance high was broken out first. Oh, wait, I see the problem. The size of the IB over here is from yesterday night. And where did it go? There we go. That's a little better. So there we go. 50%, 60% we retrace to the 25, 26% we retrace to the 50, and there we go. But let's look at that statistic. 0.49%. So we can add that into the mix. And that would be customize any size 0.4. Well, 0.4 to 5.9. There you go. Okay, it didn't change it a hell of a lot more, so there we are. So there's 53 and 28. Now, we haven't done any of those things yet, but let's see what happens. That says that there's a 53% probability we trade to here, retrace. 28% we come back to the 50. We're not doing any of that stuff up here yet, so let's get back to here. What's happening over here? Well, we've had the breakout. Come on, there's the breakout, but we don't have a trigger. So there's one breakout and here's the second one, but no trigger. That's exactly correct. Okay, so now we just stand by. Try to see if I can trick my wife into some kisses or something. You never know. Let me just check. So by the numbers, I should wait until we get the pullback. And I will. And therein lies the biggest problem, that I only have 1 or 2 bullets in the gun. And we have pretty much a balanced profile. So could make a case for the mean reversion, but that's going exactly opposite context. And that's counter trend and not a good idea, in my opinion. What else do we have going on around here? Something I was just thinking about. What? Yes, let's see what this boy's doing. Oh, well, there you go. We're in a trade. We had A, that's correct. We had a B, and we had a trigger. So it's long at the moment. And still long. What that is, I don't know. That's the old one. And it should be, and it is. This is profitable. So there you have it. And it's just exactly as it should be. There's the A, properly in configuration. The B, into the continuation zone. Pull back to the trigger. And there we are. And up we go. And nothing I could do about that one. I don't think. I don't think I was back yet. That's a perfect example of how a structured trade works out. And this one has positive expectancy, and looks like the markets are coming back around to its alignment, I guess. I don't know how to say that exactly, but it got way out of whack for a while, and then now it seems to be back in more successful. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Oh boy. I don't think there's any other way to think about the data. As far as this initial balance goes, I think it's pretty much No, there's one other. I see one other filter here that I missed on this one. And that's the days. Let's make sure we get the right day here. Thursday. Further narrowing it down. That makes it clear as mud there, doesn't it? The percentage that Thursday, well, that's just stupid. How do you what how would that be determined? I guess the way you look at that is you just it's worse than a coin flip. There's only a 25% chance it retraces to the 25% level, which means, you know, there was when we got here, there was a 25% chance that it'd go down here, and it didn't. I don't know. I don't know exactly how to interpret that or what to think about that. Now, this is pretty freaking weird here. Remember that the data is based on the occurrences. So this is on 2 years of data. Let's see what happens back here on 1 year again. How freaking weird is that? But you see the problem. Here we go. 4 days out of a year. Did it break out? 4. That is that's not even remotely close to statistically significant data. I think that's the problem. With the filtering being so intense and precise that the data set becomes subject to just random distribution. No. And the problem I have with a larger data set, am I on the right now? Oh, son of a bitch, I'm sorry. What I'm doing here is this. Look at the difference now. There's only 4 days out of a year where this happened, where all of this situation happened exactly. So that's not statistically significant even remotely. So let's go to 3 years. Now we've got 14 days. That's also not statistically significant. See what happened there. Well, at least there's 30 days. Now, remember that in 1 year, there's only 52 Thursdays. I don't know how to think about that. Somebody could weigh in on it. Antonio, somebody? Is that statistically significant, or is that just random distribution and this thing is a waste of time? Somebody must know. And that isn't me. That somebody ain't me. What I was going to say was the reason I try to stay within a relatively close time frame. This is before this crazy, all this craziness that's current, the administration and all this random craziness that's going on. Do I think a trade and a setup and a trade strategy that worked 5 years ago would be working now? I question that. But here we are. We haven't pulled back to the 25. We haven't pulled back to the 50, and maybe we're not going to. And it better hurry before 11:30 because that's RTH 1 and I'm cutting it off. So no trade other than had I traded the old-fashioned art, TLab version or the rod and eyes version of the IB continuation, which is exactly what's going on now and is what's paying off, paying off right there. It has not reached T1 or T2 yet, but it's profitable. And that's just the old-fashioned fixed zones. These zones are very. Wait a minute here. Back to I forgot to type this up here. Oh, and I also forgot to send this. Son of a bitch. No. And this is these are trades based on data. And that's where they're supposed to be. These zones and stuff are just arbitrary. 3 to 5 points above the IB, 3 to 5 points below the IB, and then 1 point either side for the trigger. Same thing down here. See what happens. And nothing up here on any of these. Nothing for the IB. Now, there would have been fence trade. The fence trade is a breakout, then an open outside the range, a wick into the range, and a close outside the range. This would have been the trigger, and it would still be in the trade. Let's see if we can do that. Let's shut this one off and put this one on. Yeah, so there's the trigger, right? There's the breakout, and there's the trigger, and it's still in the trade. So that's a variation of the orb or the opening range breakout, where it is a slight pullback, just wicks inside the zone, closes back outside to give a, and these are all the similar. That's why there's so many of these T's. This is just a signal marker. Wherever that signal fires, that's what it does. Oh, there you go. Boom, boom, boom. Well, up and away, huh? So this one, the old-fashioned, probably has just taken a target. Not yet. Not yet. There'll be a... oh, I'm wrong. Sorry. Completely wrong. There's T1. And at that point, that's positive 12 ticks. At that point, the stop trailed up to break even or entry, and now we're looking at for T2. Sorry. Well, that is just freaking disappointing. And in all honesty, it's this crap. Oh, come on, RT. Really, please, just don't be weird. Thank you so much. I am not disappointed with the fact that this is trading simulated in here for testing. But to be honest with you, I don't have the code skills to add the different stuff so that this would actually trade. And Bookmap has no automatic algorithmic. It's kind of weird because Bookmap started, as I've heard this story. I don't know. Bookmap started as a high frequency trading company, or selling their tools to high frequency trading companies with the market by order data and all that. But I don't know of any way to algorithmically trade on Bookmap. Maybe there is. Would be surprising if there wasn't.
What? Yeah. Where are we going?
Yeah, so I don't actually know how to do that, even if I wanted to. What I've done in the past to trade these signals, the system live, is to keep this one open, and when it fired a trigger, I would manually enter the same trade over here. Now, obviously that's about as inefficient as it sounds, but that's what I did. I'll have to actually look into that. I'm kind of surprised I never thought about that before, but anyway, here we are. Now, I will also say that here in Trading Lab, I have cooked up a some code which trades very, I don't know if I would say profitably, but trades exactly the way it's coded. So that's a real step in the right direction. And it took about 2 hours to do that, as opposed to the length of time it took me with IRT. So assuming that, I don't know how you even open the goddamn thing. Oh, there we go. Here you are. This is the code. Real simple. It's an initial balance. There's these inputs for the range and the zone and all those things. And then it does the trades, and it does them correctly, and it manages multiple targets, multiple entries, multiple targets, and plots everything out. Slick as a whistle. Took about 2 hours to put that together with the help of I don't know what it is, Google, but I don't know, I'm not sure if it's some AI thing or I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it took about 2 hours on this weekend. And I've, edited the code. It's pretty simple code to just edit manually. Like I manually added it wasn't plotting the targets and the stop, and I manually did those things. So that's, if I can figure it out, anybody can pretty much. Look at us go. And here was that pullback. This is the classic IB continuation from TLab, from, as I've shown you, what has been coded up long ago, back last year. This one here. Dinner. Ooh, does it mean it's time for dinner? Time for bed? Dinner usually just ahead of bed. I like the sound of that. What a sweetheart. How did I deserve her? I have no clue. I'm assuming it was just a stroke of luck. And, I'm not going to try to pick a top. I'm not going to get excited. I'm not going to try to start making up ideas to trade. There are some, relatively valid, you could make a case for buy the dips. But the trade that I'm focused on and that I have done stats for and actually properly statistically verified with the homework, and I have the homework to prove it, is this continuation trade. And the data for this particular pullback and up didn't happen. So here I stand. Fortunately, this one did on its own in the simulated environment of IRT. This computer evaluates every one of these rules every 30 seconds. It evaluated that this signal A, the initial balance had been taken. It evaluated B, that we traded up to and closed within the continuation zone, and it evaluated to trigger as we pulled back to the trigger zone, and it immediately went long. Well, without thinking about it, no discretion, no anything else, just exactly how the rules are written. And I believe that's the way you have to do it. And then it took T1 because we achieved that. And now we're sitting here. We'll either come back to scratch or we'll get up to T2. That's pretty simple. That's pretty simple. Not scratch, but because we have 12 ticks already. This whole indicator doesn't properly account for multiple targets. So because the stop is trailed to break even or entry, if the price comes back to entry, it will show 0 In fact, it is plus 12 ticks, which is nothing to, who cares? But it's just to be technical about it. Just to be as transparent and clear as I can. And now the smell of this food is making me hungry, so guess what? I'm going to mute off and eat. And what we have here now are one of my favorite famous flat tops. Look at this profile. What does that look like to you? It looks like an incomplete auction, doesn't it? Came right up here and stopped. Burp. What we need is more upside for taper. Same, you can see the same thing over here. Just an observation I've noticed, over these many years, but this looks to me like an incomplete auction right here. They're reloading, something happened. I don't know, whatever. I'm not saying it's going to happen now or in the next hour, but this, in my opinion, this profile needs to come, this auction needs to come to a normal conclusion up here. And this is not it. This is like somebody tripped over the cord, in my opinion. Well, that's not the taper, but we did pull back, and then we've taken one liquidity, and I'm guessing we're going to get 80 and 85 and up to the 90s. Be my guess. I don't look at these as resistance. I think like magnets, kind of. Can be the way, I guess. Now let's see if these guys trade out or if they hold. Bam, there they go. Next stop, 85. Well, this testing idea here is it's capturing the distributions pretty well. Unfortunately, there's no real pullback in these bar trades. The idea is break out and retest and then continue on. I don't know what happened over here, but it looks like it doesn't look like it's doing very well. I'm sure that we got to be getting up here to the T2 for too long. Well, we're around in the corner for the end of the RTH one, so my interest just drops off about 50% here. I'm still quite certain, not that I make predictions, but just looking at that profile, I don't think we got enough taper. We don't have enough excess on the top. We're building over here in the market profile now, but in the volume profile, it's still flat as a freaking board. It looks better in, it looks much better in Bookmap, frankly. You know, there's the ledge, and then we've got this, which could be construed as excess, but it doesn't plot that way on the Rinko, which is pretty weird. Look at that. Would you look at this and imagine that this was the volume profile? I question if it's right, to be honest with you. Let's look at the third party. There's no volume profile here, but if you can pretty much see the well, it could be. I think I can turn that on without some drama happening. No, I can't. Never mind. I've got the cheapest version of this thing here. I can only have 5 indicators or whatever. In hindsight, doesn't this look like it's just so obvious? And wouldn't that be lovely? How to identify those? How to identify those? Well, we're going to just slowly climb those stairs to 85, and then I'm guessing 90, and who the hell knows above us. They were pretty fond of that 7600 that Century figure last week. The bar test didn't work out. watch for the noon 12 to 1 reversal idea. I'm going to break off from my midday thing here pretty quick. I'm just tired, depressed, demoralized, I guess. This schedule's not working out right. Or I thought it would smooth out, but, you know, kind of get lined out, but it's not. Excuse me. And I've got to go back on the TAM run again at 1:30. And depending on how that works out, whether I'm back by the typical stream close at 1500 or not. Yesterday, not. Some wreck along the way. People drive like crazy. We've moved back here in September of 21. Hard to believe that long ago, and we moved here to Texas, Houston, which I've never lived it before in my life or had never thought about it. We came here because of we had an office. When we go driving, whenever we go driving, and I mean we do it frequently, not every day maybe, but at least every other day, sometimes twice. Never yet have we not seen at least one person run a red light. Yeah, how many years is it? 5? You know, it's astounding. And that's benign. Eating the lights is benign. You know, zipping in and out of traffic 60 miles an hour and then through the red light, that's another one that's pretty popular. So you just have to be real, defensive. Drive very defensively here. Nice people on the whole, seem like one-on-one anyway. But boy, get behind the wheel and look out. Well, we've got a naked volume point of control from the 6th. We've got a bunch of stuff sitting out here at 85. It's been out here for a long time now. Since 10:30. Well, only an hour. And then we've got that liquidity at 89, and then I'm suppose there's a big one up at the century figure somewhere. But I'm not, I'm not going to try some midday tango. We're we're building that excess though, slowly but surely. It's now the taper. We were flat right here. And now the taper's building up in here somewhere. It'll flatten out, and then there we go. Taper out. There we go. That's my prediction. And anybody that predicts the market is got the wrong idea, I think. Well, I'm going to step away at the bottom of the hour here, which it is. I'm going to step away from my midday repass and break. Been here since 6 this morning, so, I've been at it a while. What is going to happen? I think it's just going to keep ticking up. This up the stairs story is irritating, but there you are. Still, huh? Okay, well. Well, never came back. Look at that. But we did get extension to the top. And now here we are again with another flat top. It's ridiculous. Well, the old-fashioned IB continuation is great. And there we are, still in the market, still in the trade. A, B, trigger, T1, on we go. Oh, there we are. Yeah, it did. It did finally take T2 right here. 72 ticks straight without any heat. So good. There we go. Oh. And we're going to get to that 5,600 or 7,600, which we talked about a long time ago. Just a slow grind up. Amazing. Simply amazing. Well, I'm going to be off to pick up Tam at the bottom of the hour here, and whether we get back before 3 o'clock or not is a crapshoot these days. Didn't make it yesterday, some sort of a traffic wreck or something. I'm tired of set up. Well, let's see here. This week's been a complete wash with, hey Magic, what's up? This week's been a complete wash with schedules and stuff. Can't getting stuck out in traffic or whatever when I go to get Tam, so I'm gonna give it up. I mean, it is what it is. What can I do? Yeah. So I hope everything's gone good your way. I took a trade last night in the Globex, which just got stopped out to the tick and took off and ran the other way. That was pretty disappointing right there. Boom, up and out. Obviously, it came back down to the stop, but it went all the way to T1 and T2 without me. So that's always fun. I don't think I'll continue this Globex thing anymore, as we discussed the other night. I think it's just a waste of my time, and better off resting or whatever, you know. So I'm going to wrap this one up tonight, or right now for the day, and then I'll be back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, and should be no issues tomorrow. No driving, no nothing. So take care of yourself, Magic. I'll talk to you in a little bit, or tomorrow. If not, later tonight or tomorrow. I will continue the Globex stream today, and of course tomorrow's Friday, so no stream then. But yeah, hope everything's going good on your end. I got to figure something out, have this work better on